And I'm live. Still recovering, so we'll see how this goes. I made a little bit of progress yesterday. I just restarted my computer to fix my Bluetooth. It was a whole mess. Anyhow, the goal for today is to get the cue ball thing done. So that means applying English to a cue ball. And then after that, I want to do the sightline. I guess, okay, we'll skip the sightline. We'll apply the English, and then we'll work on the shared library and the backend to get pull working. So my goal is that before Monday, I will have a working alpha pull game. That's my goal. So in order to achieve this, we got plenty of time. We got Thursday, we got Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We got this. How hard could it be? Alrighty. So let me show you what I got so far. I revisited the stuff, by the way. Hopefully this Blender saved recent files. If I do this, all right, great. It looks like it's saved. So you might notice a few things that are a little bit different with this Blender file, or you might not, and that's okay too. Howdy, Fist. So I've learned a few more shortcuts for Blender, which is super great because that's how you get good at something. I still suck at Blender, but howdy, Fist. Check it out. So I cut out a section of each of the pillars, so they're no longer sensors on the side over here. Instead, what happens is it's just part of the actual physics. So the goal is that when the ball hits the back, it will kind of roll a little bit and bounce around and then fall down. So what I've done is I've programmatically added sensors, which you can kind of see here, these things that go down at the bottom. These are just sensors. They don't actually restrict movement, but they do detect when the ball touches them. So when a ball touches a sensor, it counts as going into the hole. Now, a few things I can do here. I can make it where the ball still has two balls, where it's got a small ball inside of it, and when the small ball touches the sensor, it counts. Or I make it when the ball at all touches. Two balls seems more normal. Yeah, I was thinking that. Because with two balls, you know, you can have them be different sizes, and you've got one ball that's really big and then one ball that's like really small. It's probably not normal, but it would work, right? When the small ball touches the sensor, we remove the physics and it drops the ball, and then everything's great. Now, I do have a few issues. One of them is that I don't know which sensor is which. It seems like the X and the Z indices are backwards. I don't know why, but I think that's what's happening. So let's take a look and figure out that part. So here's what I'm going to do. If it's the top right one, we'll include it, because the top right should be in the top right corner. And it is. Very strange. All right. Virtual Serena, howdy. I see your message today. So yesterday I wasn't seeing the messages from people that weren't on Twitch, or I guess the day before yesterday. but I've got the chat open this time, so I can actually see it. Alrighty. So if the pocket name, Matrix, howdy. You've been on Twitch waiting for Kick to improve? Too many issues? Too many issues with Kick or Twitch? Which one? I heard there were some problems with Twitch yesterday. Oh, okay, yeah. Fair enough. Alrighty. Use pull geometry, pull table. I mean, I do like streaming on Twitch, right? It's just, it is the best platform to stream on in terms of like what you're able to do. The ads can get kind of annoying, but it has the most features. Okay, so if I like swap the X and Z, I wonder what that ends up looking like. Howdy, Zahir. How's coding going? Pretty good. Like, we're getting close now. We're almost done. Like, I've also modified the physics a little bit. So the balls stop a little bit faster now, which feels better. So whenever they slow down, they come to a stop a little bit more abruptly. It might still be a little bit slower than on felt, but it feels a bit closer. I can adjust it more if needed. Hi, Ion. Do I come here often? I'm here most days. I'm still recovering from being sick, so that's why you haven't seen me around as much as normal. All right. So if I just invert these, oh, well, if I do it by -1, you're gonna see some weird stuff, I think. Multiplying by -1, I would have expected it to multiply everything by -1. Coming from vacation, getting sick after that? Well, I got sick because of the vacation, okay? It's like every time I take a vacation, I get sick. Just about. Thoughts on 10 p.m. McDonald's? Yeah, why not? You know, if you like it, you like it. What is this playlist? This is a playlist from Wolf. Going to conventions? Yeah, basically going to conventions gets you sick, for sure. It makes me kind of just want to stay home. It's nice meeting everyone, though. Okay, multiply the scalar did nothing. That's weird. Alright, so if I modify that and I just pull it back, I'm not gonna actually use this one, but if I just want to see what happens. Next time wear a biohazard protection suit? Oh my goodness. No way. Like a hazmat suit or something? That's like what I did during COVID. I basically had a hazmat suit. Not quite, but I had like a hoodie on, you know, with the hood up. I had my like gas mask on, basically. It was a respirator, not a full-on gas mask. And I had my hands, you know, like this when I went outside. So that, you know, even my hands were kind of okay. I mean, I kind of exposed my hands a little bit, but then I washed them for like 45 seconds when I got back in. And when I got back in, you just strip everything off. That was how I got through the pandemic. Excessive? Yeah, but I mean, when you're dealing with something that you don't know how bad it is, you know, why not? Okay, so now that should move it down, and it does. And it moves down by the amount that I expected. That doesn't make any sense, though. Because that circle doesn't line up with the other circle. So how on earth is that possible? Like, I'm thinking maybe I applied the matrices in the wrong order. Let's see, XYZ, that's all fine. XYZ, XYZ. Maybe this is just supposed to be make rotation. No, it's either an Euler or a quaternion. Wow. Your name is actually matrix multiplication. That is amazing. Maybe you can tell me what I'm doing wrong. It needs more pre-multiplication. Yeah, okay. Hmm. I mean, I think it's right. It's so strange. Am I doing any inverse square root stuff with a Quake algorithm? That thing is amazing. Like, whoever came up with that, they're a genius. You know, it's just... Oh, my audio broke. What the heck? That doesn't make sense. Can you still hear me? Did it break on OBS or just... What the heck? Alright. Oh, you can still hear... Okay. Yeah, it's my Bluetooth. Cool. Hmm. It didn't work. Make sure your Bluetooth. Okay. This has been happening the last few days. Yeah, it's not low battery. We'll just have to go like this. Hopefully you can't hear the music. This is strange. I always stream where I can like hear myself. Because it helps me know like if I'm speaking into the microphone and everything. But if my Bluetooth isn't working, my solution is restarting the computer. Can't really do that. Alright. Anyhow, we'll just continue like this for now, I guess. It's not Sony. Um, the problem is my computer, my motherboard or whatever, the Bluetooth on it is just not working. Alright, so radius. I think this is fine. let's go back to what we had before. If I move this up, it will work fine. So do I want to move it up? I'm not sure. The problem is if I move this up, right, then these two spots here, the top ones, will intersect with like the table and could give weird physics. And if I don't, and then the sensors are in odd positions. And the other solution is I implement the sensor separately, just like in here. But I really want to do that in a programmatic way. That's just, for whatever reason, my thing is slightly off. But sometimes it's spot on. So I don't know what the deal is with that. Let's see. Actually, it seems spot on for everything except for the bottom left, or the bottom center. So maybe it is correct. Maybe there's just an issue with this. Doesn't make sense though. Wait a minute. I know why. It's because of the center. It actually is correct. So it's found the diameter by looking at the x and the y, but it doesn't. Oh, okay, I know what's happening now. The code is right. Here's the problem. So between these two right here, it's kind of looking like this. So the height is way less than the width, right? So what I need to do to find the actual center of this, it's a little bit harder. How do I know what the center is? Like, we know the diameter because the diameter of this like semicircle is going to be the maximum of either the x or the y, I think. So we know the diameter. If we know the diameter, then we can fill in the missing side, right? So if I know the diameter of this is like the value of these two positions, like this position on the far left and this one on the far right, I take the max of, you know, the x and the y deltas, and then for the side that is smaller, meaning it'll be the y in this case, or the z, we just mess around with it and we make, okay, I got it. I know how to do this. So we get the heights, we do all this stuff here. And the min x and the max x, we just have to recalculate what the min and max x are. The same for min and max z. And that's it. Okay, so the radius comes from the maximum. So we have the correct radius. Good. Now we just have to fix the x and the y. Or the x and the z. Let's see. Well, it's already adding to the radius from the minimum. And that's why it's broken only on one. I think. Wait. Does that work? Minimum x plus radius. Oh, right, yeah, because the delta between the min z and max. Okay. The question then is, which one do I modify? Do I modify min x or max x? Equals MC squared. I wish that would help for this. It does not. So in this shape, the center of the circle is minimum z plus radius, right? You're trying? I appreciate it. So minimum z plus radius gets us like here-ish. And gets us to where we need to be. If we were to take the max z and add radius to it, we'd be down here, which is not where we want to be. If I get the point for the x position, I could see if the z is closest to like the min or the max z, and then I ignore that one, and then I use the other one, which is a little tricky. Howdy all. Unfortunately, that makes all this a little bit more complicated because now I have to store do I know the Suika game? Yeah, I want to add the Suika game. That would be really cool. Um, I think it would be a good addition to Foony for sure. So we'll see. I think right now our goal is get the puzzle game or get pull done, get the puzzle game done, and then do another hard game like Bull Racer or something. We'll get to Suika at some point. There's so many games I want to make. All right, so we have an X, Y, and a Z, right? We got some vertex here. So we need to convert these into like min x, max x, min y, max y, all that other stuff. But then we also need a little bit more info here. All right, so we got number, and then we need a point. All right. And then I just repeat the same for x, y, and z. Alrighty. And I'll fix my headphones at some point. I'm sorry for the no headphones today. Hopefully you can't hear the music twice. Alright, so now I need to modify the point. Everything's fine? Okay, cool. Alright, so it wants to just point. Just really just like. I just need to give it a vertex. And I need to say like which coordinate this is. Evil, thank you for the sub. I'll just do adjust chord, I guess, and then we'll just have to implement real fast. Oh. This new JetBrains is broken slightly. So something changed, and I can trigger an error message just constantly. I guess it doesn't show, but there is an error happening right now. So I've got Control Shift Alt, and I've got left and right to tab between my things. And Control Alt Shift right here no longer works. It only works when there's actually something to go to it. I've got them backwards, so right means left and left means right. I don't know. I just haven't fixed it yet. But this is bugged. It used to work. It doesn't work now. Alright, so chord is, let's see, this is gonna be min-max chord. And then we also need to apply the vertex. Which I could just make it like X, Y, and Z or something. Let's see, what do I want to call this? I guess that works. Did I ever do anything illegal with computers? Why would I tell you that, Ion? Come on now. Alright, so that's... If the coordinate is greater than the value, yeah, that's pretty easy. And it also simplifies my code a little bit. There we go. Skip the bottom of the pocket. Okay, now this gets a little bit more complicated. Chord. Oh, that's not too bad. It's easy. Do I ever pirate content online? Do I ever commit tax fraud? Yes, let me just indict myself. Very interesting questions you got there. You bought a $100 token package on a Chinese campsite for $1? Wow, amazing, Ion. You know, sometimes I buy stuff on AliExpress, you know, to save money. Oh. Not usually though. It's like very rare. I was thinking about getting like a treadmill, and I was looking at them, and they're like way cheaper. But I don't know how the quality is. But yeah. Anyhow, this is gonna be the Y max minus the Y minimum. Easy enough. And that's the Z1. Okay, so now we have to fix the minimum and the I guess just the minimum X and Z chords. Because the radius is fine. Alright. So you can hack my OSRS account? No, League. No. No way. Please, no. Okay. I know the pockets are guaranteed to be circular. Because of this, we need to adjust X min or Z for min. But it's only sometimes. And we do this by using Y chords position. This is so weird. I mean, it works, I guess. Howdy, Hoshi. Alrighty. So, if this is the minimum Z right here that we currently have, we're fine. And the reason we're fine is because the delta of Z between this to the max Z is less than the delta between only word. Okay. First, you need to know if the X or Z needs to be adjusted. Okay, so if the X is the biggest one, yeah, Z is the one that needs to be adjusted. That's right. And that's not what I want. Where is it? That might actually work. It's, well, it would work, kind of, but it's not quite right. So if I use this calculation, it's possible that the coordinate will be slightly off based on how many vertices I have. But that's actually pretty close. I'm curious how close that gets. Take care, Ion. Alright, let's see. Now it's way off. Chord minimum points. It doesn't matter if I get the min or max point there. I didn't expect it to be that far off, though. Well, we knew it was going to be off, so let's go ahead and use the right one. So the calculation for it is going to be chord dot points. Howdy, alias. Okay. I now need the delta. Kind of like this, I think. Do I ever use AI tools? Elias, we're using AI tools right now. This is Copilot. The thing that's giving me that auto completion, that's Copilot. And we use ChatGPT every single day. It's shockingly useful. Some developers will be like, no, 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 I don't use any AI. Well, they're gonna be slower because of it. Alrighty. That should be the X, I believe. Let's try that out. I might have the number, I might have it exactly opposite. Looks like it's exactly opposite. ChatGPT is your math teacher? Yeah, I use it as a math teacher too. It's fantastic. Let's do this part. There we go. Okay, I did something wrong. Do I use 4.0? Yeah, I do. I'll show you the one I use. Yeah, basically this. But I don't see GPT-4 Turbo. I only have GPT-4. Is GPT-4 Turbo new? Or is that API only? Whoa! Has knowledge up to April 2023. How do I get access to it? API has access to it. Oh, I have access to it then. Yeah, I've got API access. So I could access it. I actually thought about using it for something. The new context limit of 128 is... I need that. Alright. So, we're far away. Further away than I expected. I must have messed up the math here somewhere. And the actual center point of the circle. Yeah, the problem is finding the center point of the circle. I'm pretty sure that this does not work. Yeah, that doesn't work. You take the two, you get the center of it, and then you add or you mess around with the right. No, that's not right. Hi, 404. Alright, let's see. Do they seriously do that now? Hold on. GPT over here trying to... Let's just modify this. So yeah, headless UI menu button. And then we have a font semi-bold instead of there. This is a cool song. Okay, that should apply. Why is it not working? Font semi-bold. Apply to any child of it. Headless UI dash -. I wonder if this :6 is what's messing it up. What the heck is :R6? Wait, what if I just do this? Ah, there's a colon after it that I'm not accounting for. There we go. You can remove elements from any domain you visit in Firefox? Yeah, of course. This is an extension. This is stylus. And insta presto, bingo bango. It works. No more doxing myself. At least for now. Please explain about React 3 Fiber. The thing that I use for this. React 3 Fiber is just something that uses WebGL in the canvas to allow you to create all of these little, you know, models or whatever inside of React. And the nice thing about it is that you only really pay the expensive React cost in the rendering of the component. So if you change the things that you pass into JSX, you do a re-render, sure, but most of the time the changes that you make will not be that. And this really helps because you can do things like have this pool table and kind of like make sense of it all. You know, with JSX, it's really great for kind of getting the structure of something. Background music doesn't allow you to hear me, really. I can lower it. It is a bit loud right now. Yeah, I can lower this. There. Maybe that's a little... That's still pretty loud. How about that? Music is loud. It's still pretty... There. How's that? Let me know if that's too soft, too loud. I can't really tell because my headphones are messed up right now. Feeling a bit under the weather? Yeah, I'm still recovering 404. Still recovering. Now explain again. Oh man. Okay, so React 3 Fiber, it's great because I can lay out the structure of kind of what I want. So I can be like, I want a pool table with walls and pockets and balls and all this other stuff. And then I can go in and I can implement this stuff into functional components. But the performance comes because whenever the position of the balls change, it doesn't actually re-render anything. So that is outside of the React event loop. And React 3 Fiber is just this really nice way of doing that. I don't have to do everything declaratively and like just regular classes and stuff. Like you might have to do if you weren't using React or whatnot. So I like it a lot. And the performance is insane. Check this out. This here does not use hardware acceleration. This, I guess you can kind of see a little bit. The debug symbols, all that debug stuff is slowing this down. But you can see that this, without hardware acceleration, is still relatively performant. And if I compare this to this snooker game that I was playing the other day, you can really see the difference. So here is something that I want to implement. I want to add snooker to Foony. Here is the performance on their site. Oh, sorry, there's a bit of noise there. Which isn't terrible, but you can, it's a bit of lag. Now, if I open this on Firefox, it was awful. You can see it's like way more performant here, though. So on Firefox, I don't know, I think they've got like a bug in their Firefox or something. Or, never mind. My computer yesterday was bugging out. But I'm pretty sure the performance is a lot worse. I don't know why is it working now? It was broken yesterday. Whatever. How to develop my website? Lots of HTML, React, or I shouldn't say HTML because it's JSX. It's a little different. But it's React, TypeScript, Kubernetes, some Redis, some Firebase thrown in there. There's a lot, and it's taken a little over 3 years. Alrighty. So it was just across flat edges along the x-axis. No, that's not right. If the delta of the x is greater than the delta of the z, then the flat edge is along the z-axis. I'll try it, because the math looks like there's a chance it could be right. I don't think it is. Oh, actually, no. Yeah, that's what I'm supposed to do. Wait, no. Wait. Oh, it's just a more verbose way of doing what I was doing. Okay. That's probably not going to be right. That was pretty close. I got one of them. This one's not right. Where do I host my application? I use, well, I can't give away everything, but I use Hetzner and some other stuff. Why does my IDE have 2 columns? I like to have multiple pages open so that I can look at different parts of the code base at the same time. So sometimes if I'm implementing a function or something, I'll have the call of it on the left and then I'll implement it on the right, just so I can visualize it a little bit easier. And a lot of other things. It's nice to have multiple tabs or windows. Full game, yeah. No, it's not missing anything. It's just one of the things isn't right. Can you use VS Code too? You can. It'll take you longer to configure and it may not support everything that I do. Um, One of these is right and the rest are wrong. Let's go back to what we had before. So they're just using max. If else Z chord max. Okay. Their math is the okay. So adjust Z chord max, adjust Z chord min, but they're always just changing min. If the intact side is closer to Z chord min, do nothing. And now it's perfectly centered, I think. My voice is kind of quiet. I don't know. It shouldn't be. I've got it at full volume. My voice today is too low. What the heck? Okay. Let's see. That doesn't make sense. I'll have to take a look afterwards. I can't test it right now. I typically have a monitor on this. I think what it probably is because I'm playing music out of my speakers right now, because my headphones are not working, because my Bluetooth on my this thing isn't working. I think it's reducing the sound of me. Did I eat lunch? No, not yet. So my apologies. I'll fix it. I have to buy a new Bluetooth adapter or something. I tried updating the drivers, but I think my Bluetooth is just like breaking or something. Alrighty, alright, let's see. Just a Windows problem? That's a something problem, that's for sure. Alright, it's correct. Everything is correctly positioned. We got the math right. Thank you to ChatGPT for that. And some manual adjustments. Okay, so now the problem is... Hydrate, okay. The top and the bottoms of these is supposed to be different. But I guess I saved it so it's no longer different. Okay, I see. Now if I move the spots a little bit. Oh, it's tough. I think my circles are too big. But it has to be. Like, I can't make this any smaller. I think the solution is we just have to not do what I just did and just add a collection for this. Pocket sensors. Unfortunately. Well, maybe not. Maybe there is a solution here. maybe the solution. As I'll scale it up a little bit. All right. So if I do this, just move it over to pocket sensors for now. We can cut it differently. Did I watch the conference? Which conference, Sosa? OpenAI Dev Day? No, I didn't. Howdy, Doku. How's it going? Alright, so I want to... and then we'll just move it up. Okay. I guess before I extruded, I could have done like that. You know, let's do that instead. It just makes my life a little bit easier. Alright. I think that's about where I need to cut it. Make it just big enough. Take care, Grayson. Oh yeah, I need to take a look at your pull request. That's right. Let me take a look real fast. Oh, never mind. I thought there was a pull request. Alright. Let's do this. Grab the whole thing. Move it up. Just get the top of it. And that reminds me. I've reduced the number of vertices. I guess it doesn't matter too much. We can leave it as is for now. Okay. So another question is, do I use the same exact circle for all of them? Oh. I'll do that. Put it one picture note. They're different size circles. You see that? They're just straight up different. The holes in the center are smaller. I see. So I have to shrink this one. That's the problem I had last time. I didn't shrink the circle. Alright, that should be a little bit too big. Howdy, Spy. Center should be larger. Oh wow. I didn't know that. So then this is... Ah, the center ones are supposed to be... Oh man. Well, they're smaller in this one, unfortunately. Okay, there's not much I can do there, because like... Okay. Let's do this then. We'll delete that. And we'll just use a separate mesh for the sides. Make sure that looks mostly right. I think it's close enough. There we go. Dude, yeah, it'll be fine. I doubt anyone's gonna be too upset about it. Turn off all the others. Alrighty. So now I need to copy this one, but not link it. Which means I'm gonna have to pay memory for this one, which is fine. It looks like the center one's opening is larger. It's actually a smaller circle, shockingly enough. At least I think it is. I could be wrong. Let's just shrink that a little bit more. Oh, that's too much. Why are there two of the... Oh, okay. I didn't realize this was... fiddlesticks. Fine, I'll just do this then. There. Why do B and C not get along with D? I don't know. Why, Regalia? Now just get up. It doesn't even make sense, Regalia. Unbelievable. And D is nuts. D is nuts. What I need to start doing is just finding like the best replies y'all have for like the best messages and just like reposting them on Twitter or something. Apparently that's a thing that people do, and I didn't know you could do that. Alrighty. You want to make a compilation of me falling for these? Oh man. This is the fourth. I think it's the fourth one. I keep falling for it. I'll get better. I will improve. Okay, whoa. What? Whoa. I'm doing something. Okay, it's not. Okay. Alt D. That's what I want. Oh, along with the. Okay, right. It's along Y because this is Blender and not the other thing. So now if I mirror it along Y? Okay. So now I just need these circles to get the center right. Okay, that one's right. That one looks pretty much right. Almost. May need to manually adjust this one. Hopefully that makes a good circle. Okay. Close enough, I think. I hope. So now I just have to rename them all. Wait, do these other pockets, do they go down further? They do. I'll just make them go down a little bit. And I think that's done. All right. Now that we have all the circle, like all the stuff done, and with the new sensor that we added, we should be able to detect when a ball hits a pocket and is supposed to go down. And then we'll disable the gravity or like the Z index, Y index or whatever, so that they can fall through the pool table and will be collected, and hopefully we can make it look good. All right. Wait, circle 3. Does that make sense? Wait, how many circles are there? Okay. Oh, lovely. So circle 1, circle 3. Which one of these matters? Not that one. Must be this one. What? What am I trying to achieve again? I'm trying to understand why. Trying to understand which of these are linked and which ones aren't. So if I just take these and I move them out. Okay, so that is the circle 1 is the good one. Circle 3 must be the duplicate that I don't need. I'll delete that one. So I link these to save on space. But what I'm achieving here is I'm achieving so that whenever the ball hits the side, it will bounce around the pocket and then fall down. And to do that, I need to model the pockets. And the pockets are a little exaggerated, as you can see. It's like a much taller pool table, that way balls don't fly out. But, you know, that's how I do it. Okay. So I got 1 and 4. One of these is good and one of them is bad. Question is which one's which? Okay, so it looks like 4 is the good one, which means that 1 must be the bad one. Okay, they're both fine. Whatever. I'll just delete one of them then. And since when am I streaming Blender? Since I needed it. Basically I learn tools as I need them, right? So I'm not very good at Blender yet, but I needed it so that I could actually model this stuff. 2 and 5 are the same. Alright, so now I just need to rename these to the new pockets. Why is this one strange? Alright. At the bottom. Left. Okay, so now that we have that, we can go ahead and re-export. And now our circles are better positioned, mostly. Except for like the one over here. It's a bit off. So let's try and fix that real fast. Why would that be the case? Oh, that's why. It's because it's slightly further. No. Okay, let's see what happens. I don't know if it's safe to change though. Because if I adjust it at all, it's gonna throw off one of the others since they're linked. If I move it that much, it should fix my algorithm a bit, I think. Howdy, monkey. But there, it's also slightly off. Let's see what happens. Ah, it's still off. Is it good enough? I don't think it is. I mean, one solution is that I just add sensors to the model itself, so I don't have to calculate it. Hmm. Let's try that one. It's still off. Yeah, this is an awesome song for sure. Okay. What if I modify just this one over here? Yeah, I guess that just throws it off. Okay. A few things I can do. One, I can enlarge the bottoms of them so that whenever a ball hits the table, it gets reflected downwards. Is this the longest I've taken to make a game? I think so. Yeah. This game is harder to make than Dynamite or any of the other games I've made. There. So basically what I'm doing now is making the bottoms larger. So that whenever the ball gets hit, it deflects downwards. Okay. And I think I do need pocket sensors. These ones just are so close, but it's just not perfect. Actually, you know what? I'll leave it. We'll do it for now. There we go. Leave nice to do for me to come back and fix it later. Otherwise, I think we're done with this. So we'll go ahead and export that. Make sure that I'm exporting to the correct area. Alrighty. Howdy, Carlos. So let's disable this turning for now. Alright. Because I just don't want it to turn while I'm actually playing the game. Next step is we need to somehow figure out what we're gonna do with synthing, right? Because it doesn't work too well if you get into a pocket, into like a hole like this, and then it like doesn't fall down because it hits the table or something, right? Howdy, Hakey. But you can kind of see what I'm going for, right? Like when it hits the edge there, it'll bounce around like, and it'll like roll, and it looks neat, kind of. It just bounces out right now, so we gotta fix that. Now, I thought that by reducing the restitution of the like this thing here, it would be fine. But I think the restitution of the ball, because that ball is very bouncy, is messing it up. So that part's tricky. Is this a playlist? Yeah. I spent tons of time cooking dynamite? I did. Dynamite took a long time. There's a lot of work involved in that. Did I add shading to the table, corners, or walls? Nope, it's been there. But what I did do is I added shading, oh, to the balls I did. And there's also jumping, like you can make the ball bounce, and there's like a whole Z axis to this. You can do masse shots. The shadows actually move depending on the location of the ball. So like when the ball is on the right side, the shadow's on the right. When it's on the left side, the shadow's on the left. I've gotten the physics a little bit closer, I think. And next we need to do, like right now what we're doing is we're focusing on getting the pockets to play well. So whenever you hit a ball into a pocket, it should feel proper. So it's close, but it has to disable the full table physics. Limited reach of hand? What do you mean by that? Okay, actually, let's see. And I think what I want to do is I want to raise the sensor location a bit. I'm doing like 0.01, which is odd. Yeah, here. So really what I want for this is I want it to be the radius of the ball. Oh my gosh, that's gonna drive me crazy. Let's go key map. I'm so used to Control Alt Shift right here to go to the, instead of like Control Alt Shift left. So I gotta fix my key map. Okay, now it works the way it's supposed to. Okay, so for this I need a full ball, because I need to figure out what the radius is of the ball. Full ball store, rotation diameter, type X and Z. I feel like that's gonna update often. And I don't want to change, yeah, that updates too often. I need something different than that. Let's do, full store. Infect geometry. Darn, it doesn't tell me about the balls. I mean, I happen to know how big a pool ball is. Roughly. And it's not super important to be accurate here. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just give it some leeway. I'll make it taller than it's supposed to be for the sensor, so that if you get it close enough to the sensor, and then sure, you get the ball in, it counts. I think it'll be fine. Alright. How are the balls today? Well, right now they're tight. And if I hit them, now they're nice and loose. But, you know, it's working well. They feel better than they did the other day. Um, because I changed the angular damping. So by raising the angular damping, they come to a stop a little bit faster. And I can play around with that to make them feel even better. Alright, so we're using 1.15 sensor with the largest ball's radius. This gives more leeway than Alrighty. So if I go back over to adaptive canvas, okay, you can see there, it's a lot larger than the balls. That might be too much, actually. Let's do 0.1. Alright. Do I sometimes get confused with Acon? I don't think so. Acon is, it's quite different. Alrighty, there we go. So now if you hit this sensor, which is this little circle thing here that you see, going all the way down, then it will disable the ball's physics. But in order to do that, we do in fact need to add a secondary ball collider, which is a pocket sensor. Okay. So this is a sensor. It's inside of the ball. Whenever this collides with the pocket sensor, we disable the ball's physics, letting it drop, counting it as getting it in. Balls are sensitive for sure, yeah, especially when you hit them on a pool table. Okay. Once we're done animating, reset collisions. Okay. So it should say ball pocketed. And let's see. So that one's pocket sensor, this one's ball. But we kind of want it to continue colliding with this. So it's like ball bumper table. And I just set it to 0, don't I? I definitely do. I want this to be pocket. I can't just do this, can I? I can? Oh, that's amazing. Well, let's see, how would that work? It's almost like I want to like invert this. I want the pocket to be one and then the ball to be this and pocket. So now what'll happen is the ball will collide with everything, and then we'll disable just the ball part. So we'll switch it to just like pocket or something collisions. Okay. If collision group is that good enough? No, it's not. And it's not a pocket collision. We can reset it. Okay. So I think now, whenever we sense that we are inside one of these pockets, it will disable the physics for the ball, allowing it to fall through. I think. So if I gently tap this, it should detect that it's not falling. Okay. Why is it not falling? Oh, well, first of all, I didn't define what's a pocket and what's not a pocket, so that is a little bit buggy. Oh, and then I think it also made it so that everything is just ball collisions. And because it's in both the groups. Okay. This is a little wrong. Maybe it's supposed to be like this. Oh, but then the pull table pockets need to have the correct collision group. Collision groups are weird. Let's see if this works. It's a little bit better. So as soon as it enters the sensor, it disables the thing, and you can see there, it bounced around, and I think we got it. So it's still got collision with the hole, but it disables the table collision as soon as it detects that it's entered the pocket. Why does the stick attach to the ball? Have you ever seen a stick not attached to a ball? Yeah, you have. But I don't know. It's not done yet, okay? I need to make it disabled when yeah, that'll be fine. The other thing is I need to make it so that there is some kind of like when the ball falls, under the table, it needs to get occluded. Right now it doesn't do that, which is a bit weird. I'm gonna do this in slow motion in order to see like what needs to be improved because it doesn't feel quite right. Let me do this. Let's go to physics. Amazing colliders in all the objects, yeah. Well, most things. The Q stick doesn't have a collider. Yeah, that looks weird as heck. What? How did the ball fall out that way? It's very strange looking. I think it's because... Oh, I know why. I know why. That's because it's not very far down. So once it gets past there, it's just kind of like it starts traveling past. So if I just modify that. That's what that's like. It's almost like what I need to do is I need to have this image be separated so that the inner part of the table is actually on top. And so that whenever the ball hits the sensor, then it changes like the z-index of the ball so that it gets occluded by the pool table itself. But that's tricky. Another idea is that yeah, that's tricky. So the ball stopped moving under the table. Oh yeah, I could do that. Yeah, I could do that. Can't you just despawn the ball when it hits the pocket? You can. So I've seen other pool games where what they'll do is as soon as the ball gets sensed into the pocket, um, it tweens the ball into the center and then it just shows like some animation. Let's see. So that should work. A little bit on the font side, but that should work. Howdy, LK. How's it going? Oh wait, no, that's not gonna work. Because hard. It's got to be the full circle at the bottom, right? Otherwise, this is gonna get really weird. It's gonna get very, very weird. Yeah, I need the full circle at the bottom. I don't want to remake these models right now, though. Yeah, yeah. It should be the full circle bottom, and then the full circle goes up to here, and then only the remainder. Yeah, okay. Well, let's see what this is like anyways. I know it's not right, but let's just see. I mean, it's a little weird. It needs some help. They need to like despawn, but it's a little better, I think. It's kind of neat, actually. They definitely need to despawn. Is this a phaser? No, this is not phaser. Oh shoot, I lost my cue ball. Okay, so now we have to despawn them. And we have to get the key stick done too, so we can hit like balls with spin and stuff. A reset start point. Well, I don't want to add something that I'm just gonna delete later. Well, something that'll help too is having the line thing that helps you, you know? Oh, only for testing? I could, but you know, we'll get there. I'm not sure if I want to implement the server first before I do that, or if I want to just add it to the client. Alright, so one thing that we should do is we should make it where the cue stick gets removed until things come to a stop again. Holy cow, that's a lot of changes. Let's make sure we don't have any weird console logs going on. Let's pull table pockets. I guess I can leave that part. Let's leave all this other stuff. Alright. We don't need that anymore, so delete that. What IDE do I use? JetBrains. I've been using JetBrains for a long time now. Alrighty. That could be simplified. The in-text side is closed for all the other jobs. So this... let's get it equal to... Oh, renders the game on localhost. Oh yeah, that's simple. Like anytime you're doing like React development, you render on localhost. Is this OpenGL? It's WebGL. There we go. Not pocketed. Pull table pockets. Where's that out? Wait, how does this work? It's a sensor, but it's not marked as a sensor. Weird. Alright, well, should work now. I'm going to verify that the code still works. It's because the other thing was the sensor and just the collision groups happened to be so that it still worked, but it was a bit strange. Alright. We'll have to adjust the sensors and things. What do I want to focus on now? I kind of want to do the cube ball thing. I want to get that out of the way. I don't think I have an image for it though. I might. Let me see. maybe I do. Let's just photo P. I don't think I have it open. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. All right. So this is what I needed. Just gonna make this bigger. Okay, cool. All right. So I've got the power bar that we can add. I just think that would be pretty simple. Yeah, we can do the power bar. Let's see. We call it full power bar. All right, let's see. So to make this work, I need this to be flex, which will be flex row. Basically, that's all I need, I think. And then we're gonna need some kind of padding on this thing. And inside of it, we have just a bar. That's simple enough. Can I play your favorite song? I'm just gonna play the playlist. Ion. If that's alright. Okay, so now I need to know for other games like an 8-ball pool, what does it look like? Oh, there's ads. No, not ads. There we go. Oh, okay. It's on the right side. I see. Oh, interesting. Wait, what? Oh, there it goes. Okay. So there's marks on it to help out with like positioning. There's, let's see, how many marks are there? There's a 50th percent. That doesn't make sense. It almost looks like this is a minimum. Like if you don't go at least that much, it does nothing. And it starts getting lighter and lighter the further back it is. It's not a real cue stick. Really? You don't say. Oh, this isn't a real cue stick? Oh, gee. I never would have known. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, it's a... They get real fancy. We're gonna have really fancy ones like that too. So what I kind of want is a linear progress, but I don't want to use a linear progress. So the problem with linear progress is that it is a MUI component, and we're trying to move away from MUI. So I can't use this. So instead of that, we'll use ShadCN. And there should be some kind of progress or linear progress. Here it is. Perfect. And this is kind of the code that we use for this. Everyone using ShadCN? Yeah, so the reason why people are using ShadCN is because it's easily customizable. My favorite way to use it is I just copy paste whatever this is, and then I tailor it to fit my needs. And what I like about it is that it is super, super lightweight. It's just built on top of Radix, which is like some headless UI library thing. Anonymous, thank you for the gift. Pool girl, thank you. So this is super nice. ShadCN is not headless. Radix is headless, right? But it's much lighter than something like MUI, so your code will be much faster, and you'll get higher scores on Lighthouse stuff if you care about that. Alright, well, I guess base is probably the best part for this one, so we'll just go progress. Is it only you that gets disoriented by the ShadCN site being basically grayscale? It is very grayscale, isn't it? It's very... I mean, I think you can do light, you know, but that's still very grayscale. But that's not a bad thing. So there's this thing in like when you're designing stuff where you design it first in grayscale, make it look good, and then you add color. Looks like the ugly Vercel UI style. Yeah, yeah, it does look like Vercel. Alrighty. That's pretty basic. So now I can just use this progress bar to do, hopefully, what I need. And then I can come through and... Let's test that out and see what that looks like. We'll need some adjustments most likely. Yep, probably need a few adjustments. Go ahead and fix this up. All right. So we got our progress bar, but it has no size to it. Let's fix it. I can't actually see it. Abu, howdy. How's it going? Let's see. I think it's just that there's no background color at all. Yeah, that works. And then it's just translate X. We need it to be translate Y. So how do I make... Oh. Translate X, translate Y. Okay, cool. Easy enough. No, I don't actually want that many props exposed here. So we're gonna restrict it. How did I develop Foony? Lots of hard work, Hoshi. I just, you spend time on it, and like the first version of Foony was basic. So you have an idea to build something amazing, but then you start with just the basics. Get something out that uses whatever you're gonna use. So I chose React, after researching the different like libraries, right? Bloopin, howdy. We're not working on Dynamite today. Come on, no, Bloopin, come on. No, we're not working on Dynamite today. I'm sorry. You should know this. We gotta get the pool done. Next week I have to implement something. Oh, I need value. What other properties do we have? Direction. No, that's a different direction. All right, we'll do that along with our own properties. No, I did not make Foony solo. I have other people who help, right? I'm co-founder. So I work with someone else. He handles the like the art and the sound and all the stuff. So like he'll find people who can do that. And he also funds it, right? and we're like 50-50 in that regard. And then there's like another co-founder who gets a small bit. They don't really do anything day to day, but it's just kind of how we do it, because they work on other projects and things, which I get some money from. How long did it take? About 3.5 years for Foony so far. It's taken a while. It's been a lot of work. I'm responsible for the front end and back end and the site, and it's a lot. But I do have other people helping out. Grayson is helping a little bit. Chang is helping a little bit. And then we have like a designer who does like the initial designs. So whenever you see me open up Photopea, wherever the heck I stuck it, they're the one who gives me that design. Alrighty. There, that's pretty. I like the way that turned out. Great stuff. Okay. That part's not pretty. Whatever. Okay. So I want direction. Horizontal and vertical. Now, what do I actually use with linear progress? So variance. The buffer determines. Right. The buffer kind is very special. It's basically like two separate linear progress bars. That one's fun. And this is why I like Shad Sand so much, right? Okay, let's say direction is optional. It's horizontal by default. Because now I can add the documentation that I need, and I can restrict it just to the very specific things that I want. Right? Like, look at that. Look how simple that is. You're not going to get that with Mimi or with anything else. You need to, like, just wrap it yourself. And Shatsian, by default, is like a wrapper around Radix, so this is... works very nice. You haven't tried Rust yet? I like Rust. I like it a little bit more now. So something else I did the other day is I actually reduced the size of React Rapier. We're now bundling a custom version of it, which is saving us 160-ish, 170 kilobytes, somewhere around there, in gzip size. And we did that by just modifying some of the Rust compiler flags. So you can have smaller Rust files, it turns out. You just have to modify the compiler flag and do some weird hacky stuff. Can I explain it again for low IQ people? Explain which part? Okay, we'll do that. Okay, so if we do vertical, we'll do Y. Otherwise X, which is the default. Oh, the Shadcyan stuff. Yeah, so Shadcyan, you start off with something very basic, right? You find the component that you need. So I come down here, I'm like, progress, that's what I need right here. I need some kind of progress bar. I look at the code, I look at the installation, expand this, copy it, and then you just make changes to whatever you need. Oh, just what I did in the code? I pick only the properties I need out of this. Right? So we're just doing class name and value, and then I'm adding my own properties that I want, and I'm just modifying it as I need. So now I can say that this is supposed to be vertical. And I could simplify that even more. I could just be like vertical, right? I don't think we need. Let's see, if true, I guess bar vertical, but horizontal default class. So now you can't really see it yet, but it is a vertical progress bar. Alright, next up is I need to change the class name of this so that it is taller. Oh, that's why I love Shadcyan so much? Oh, because you can modify it to fit your needs. I love Shadcyan because I can restrict the properties that I'm allowed to mess around with. And as a developer, that's actually a benefit. Um, Having less choices means that you don't have the choice paralysis, and it's much easier to just like kind of reason about something. Like for this progress bar, I only have class name, value, vertical, key, and ref. That's it. And so I don't have to think about like, oh, do I need aria dash something? No, I don't need it. It's not there. And then whenever I need to add support for that, I just come in and I can just like add it over here. You know, maybe just we want, I don't know, aria atomic or something, you know, something, right? We can pick it and just pick the things that we really need. All right, so we got H full, we got some width there, and let's just do BG threads. There we go. Now we have a progress bar. Of course, our progress bar isn't quite right because it kind of blends in with the background. There. Progress bar. All right. Now, let's figure out how we want to style this progress bar. Howdy, Bong. How's it going? Now, let's see. I'm thinking I kind of want to have two class names. I want one for like the root and one that lets me style the inner thing. And then we should be good to go for after that. Just make some changes to it, make the inner one have like this gradient to it. Prime Parrot Software. Yeah, I heard of Parrot Software the other day on Twitter. I think Prime did like some shout out saying that Parrot Software figured out YouTube Shorts or something, but I haven't really looked into Parrot Software. But yeah, definitely. I'm glad you like it. Alrighty. I still need the photopea thing to know like what this is supposed to look like. Oh, here it is. Yeah, this. Alright, so it's supposed to be thick. It's supposed to have some like other border around it. Is that really necessary? I guess we'll see what it looks like. Variable naming other practices, you keep getting PR comments. Um, it kind of depends, right? Some people will give you PR comments that are like a bunch of nitpicks, which are very not important. Others will give you useful comments where, you know, you've got like, you're approaching it with like maybe the wrong algorithm and your thing is big O in instead of big O login or something for performance. Um, so I guess try not to worry too much about like the little nits. I don't know, it just depends. It's some politics and stuff a little bit too. But when it comes to style and stuff, just try to follow the style that's there, right? So make sure your indentation is the same as like the rest of the code. Make sure your naming conventions follow the naming conventions that are all already there in place. Because you don't want your code base to end up where you're calling the same thing like 5 different things, which does happen over time and as a code base grows. It just makes it harder to find things. If you're consistent with your naming, it makes it a lot easier. Let's see. So now we need to modify this based on whatever the power is, and we need to get the class names a little bit better. So let's see, we got bar. You see how like insane Movies is? Look at all of the different classes they have. Jesus. So we're gonna have root and we're gonna have bar, and that's gonna be it. There we go. That should be obvious enough what it does. Let's go ahead and change this part here. And now we can give custom styling to this part. I mean, PHH, it sounds like your work environment may not be, like, you're having, you know, issues with that. I don't know. I haven't had to deal with that too much. I've luckily been able to kind of work on my own a lot of the time. But when it comes to code quality, I just try to keep things as simple as possible. And I don't abstract things. Like, some people go too far with clean code, I think. They will take any kind of complexity and they'll just move it out into some other function. But the problem is it doesn't reduce complexity, it actually increases the complexity. The more times you have to step through functions, the harder it is to reason about your code. It tends to be more like if you refactor something, like to keep things dry, that's fine, but I typically set the bar at like 3. When you've duplicated something 3 times, that's when you should refactor it. At 2 times, you could, sometimes it's worth it. I don't know. But then I've seen people who they'll take classes or something and they'll like abstract out like the interface to it and they'll do that and they'll just program to an interface only. So they'll never program to the actual classes, and the problem with that is whenever you're trying to debug the code and you're trying to like step through it, you always hit the interface, like, okay, what's the class name that this interface is using? And so it just adds extra steps for debugging, and it kind of makes things a little harder to follow. All right, let's see. So why is the bar not there? There's no width to it. Width of 16 pixels. Oh. It's because I can't type very well here. Do they care a lot about the stuff at Google? Some people do. It just depends. Alright. We've got our progress bar. Now we gotta figure out how we want this to be styles. Let's see. Did the designer give us a background for this progress bar? Or did they only give us... Let's see. There's no background to the progress bar. That's not nice. Howdy, Graham. Finally while I'm streaming. I'm glad you're here. Alright. So, this progress bar is not going to be good enough because it doesn't have, like, it's just blank. Completely blank. Howdy. New to the stream? Well, I'm glad to have you here. Let's see. All right. So we have to modify this. We can't just use what the designer has because we need to have these bars. So as you pull the cube back, the bar is going to help you figure out like what percentage you're at. Now, there's a few ways I can do the bars. So that'll be a little tricky. Because if I look at this as well, it looks like the bars have a slight lightness to them. Like right below. You can kind of see it here. Like right under the bar. This part is a little bit lighter. So we kind of want to match that. What I mean by completely blank? Well, here's what I mean. See that? There's no background. So, yeah. We have to add a background. I'm just going to mess around with this BG defaults until we get one that looks like it should be good. That's way too bright. I'm just mess around with these a little bit. A little bit better. A little bit better. That's too much. That sounds like it must... That's gotta be it. 1500 feels darker. Great. So then we can have... This would be... 1500. Boom. Inside. No, is that too dark? Let's see. I guess it works. Alright. Now I need the lines. Now I'm guessing... 2, 3, 4. There's... Okay, so there's 4 segments. Each segment is 25%. And if you don't pull it back far enough, then... Well, that should be simple enough. So I think what I'll do is I'll just have this be like an overlay, kind of, that you can't click on. And we'll just make it work. Let's look at progress. Bar. Segment. Separators. Do you pull the stick back? You do. Let me show you. Okay, what's this? Between 0 and 1. So now, as I pull it back, you can kind of see. It works, but there's a very annoying thing. There is an animation being applied here. Okay, we're gonna have to go into the spec to figure out where this animation's coming from. Here it is, transition property, that's what it is, transition all. So we want transition none on this. There we go. So now you can see as I pull it back, It's upside down. I need this to go the other direction. Hmm. Wait, do I want to go the other way? I think I do. And then I also have to add the key stick to the progress bar too. I mean, here it's a little different because they're just using, they just have a background and then they make the background lighter. I could do it that way too. And you know what? Maybe that's how it's supposed to be. Maybe it's supposed to, this is supposed to be like really dark. Oh, the segment separator. And then as you pull it back, you translate this thing. And that could be it. So maybe I need the cue stick that the player is using. Show balls, yeah. Very important to show balls, you know, in queue or in pool. So really, progress is not even a progress bar. Angular.dev? What's that? Like, that's cool and all, but I'm still not gonna learn it. Probably not, at least. I don't know. Like, unless I need to. Template import sounds a bit strange looking. What version are they at? I don't know. So you define your routes. Sure. It's very Next.js-ish. Or no, it's like React Router, not a new one. Yeah, I'm still happy to use React, personally. Nesting routes. That seems fine. I kind of like the way that's done. And why is there a $sign on the variable name? This is not PHP. Alright, anyhow. That's cool. So let's do this. We're gonna have a fixed thing here. We'll have the linear gradient background. And then we'll just make it brighter, I guess. Maybe just increase the opacity of it as we pull down on the cue stick. And now I'm gonna need this translate thingy. Have you ever tried Godot? No, I haven't. Godot looks interesting. Okay. So now we do this part here. Great stuff. That'll transform it some way. I don't know what this will look like. It's probably totally broken, but you know, it's a work in progress. Alright. Nice, but it has to be rotated though. And the size is very large. Howdy, bad cop. Sally, howdy. Okay, full queue. Right, let's rotate it. Oh, the rotation. If it do that, then the trend. Okay. Because I'm doing a transform on it as well. Let's just do this then. Nope. Close though. Better. Howdy, anime. And bad cop. Oh yeah, I said bad cop. Okay. Alright, we're getting close. Now, it's still offset by 100%, so let's do... Thoughtful. No, let's do probable. Okay, that's too far. Alright, that works a lot better. But the position of it is very strange. And the size of it is absolutely enormous. It's a big stick. It is a very big stick. Okay, the height is 1809, which is way too big. Where is it now? That's now 17,000 pixels big. Nope. Do a trick shot? I can't yet. We have to add the cue ball thing. And then we can. Right back, 1 sec. Alrighty. What's happening? The overlay. What overlay? Alrighty. So we're close to this. Like it almost works. How the stick follows the ball. Yeah, we're gonna fix that. And we're not doing that. It's not gonna follow the ball. Come on. Oh, whoops. Great. Now I've got the cue stuck. Okay. So we've got the relative size of here. And now I need the... I guess I can just say top and bottom. What? No, because no, the height is still... A height of 100% somehow makes it absolutely enormous. I can't use VH. Wait, what? Height of 100 VH makes it 17,000. What the hell? A game of pool where the cue and cue ball are connected with a string. There's a lot of weird things you could do with pool. I was thinking we could add like sand traps and ramps and other things like pillars inside of the thing and all sorts of stuff, right? So some interesting things we can do. Pool with bumpers. Okay, what if I set the width instead of the height? Oh, now it's super tiny. What? Bouncy cubes? Cubes instead of balls? Oh man. I can do that too. Oh yeah, this gets weird if I change the triangles. Oh yeah, but that doesn't change the physics. I can also do it this way. Instead of a ball collider, you can change the type of collider. So that it's like, we'll just copy this. I might have broken it. Oh, no, it kind of works. Okay. They're cubes. It's kind of hard to tell because they look like spheres, but they are cubes. They just slide. Yep, that's what cubes do. If you hit them hard enough, though, you can get them to topple over. Box geometry and then something. Okay, well, it is box geometry, but I think I got them a little bit too big. There we go. So we could add this as a mode. Is this server authoritative? I'm not gonna mention how I'm gonna do that part. But you're not gonna be able to cheat. Alright. Well, I don't know. I could make it server authoritative. Why are the cubes so slow? Oh yeah, see that? There's, you can see like it got bigger a little bit in the shadow. Because it made the ball like, or the cube bounce a little. I ask that you please don't hack it. Surprisingly hard to sync physics? Yeah, so the thing with Rapier is that the physics will sync. Like, it's, I forget the word for it. It's deterministic. Yeah. Well, it's deterministic so long as your floating point stuff is the same. But there's an option for making it deterministic. Okay. I should hack it myself. Come on. How about let's not do that? Anywho, I don't think we're gonna have any issues with, well, the problem is like there's gonna be people who are gonna make programs where, you know, you can see where the ball's gonna go. And I can throw in randomness to help prevent it. Yeah, that's a problem. Alright, now if I say left 0, why is it not positioned where I want it to be? I bet it's the translate that's happening. Oh, that's what it is. It's because of the transform that's happening. So left isn't left. I see. Let's do this then. So what I want to do actually is see that top is 0 and bottom is 0. '98 by 1809. No, that's still too big. I don't want a height of 100%. I want the width of the DOM to be the height of the image. It's really like a rotating image or something, right? There's not. Let's see. This will not work. Oh, what if I... No, I know what I can do. My chat GPT looks sus. That's they updated the UI. Hi, payout. Okay, what if problem is this, oh wait, transform origin. No, that's not gonna help me here. This height, 100%, that does not work. Hmm. And the other thing I need to do is I need to make sure that I resize this based on my available space. It would be nice if it didn't like stutter like this. I don't know how to fix that. But it needs to match however much play space as it is there. So how can I do that? I need to modify, I guess the zoom is what I want. I need it to be, right? So we'll change the zoom to like 300. Perfect. So I've got to figure out what zoom matches the available space for my camera. I'll be back one sec. Alright, I'm back. So, I guess it's also based on the width and the height that I have available to me. Hmm. And I guess all this does is it uses React 3 Fiber. Some hook I can use for React 3 Fiber for this. And React 3 Fiber. And let's see. React 3 Fiber is more Okay, Ion. It's 1 a.m. Wow. Well, glad to have you here. Use 3 hook. Oh, hey, there we go. That's what I need. I think it's viewports. Reactive size of the viewport in regions. Pretty sure I used this somewhere else, actually. Camera viewport size. That's probably right. Okay, what do we have here? Left, top, width. Oh, perfect. Width and height. Wait, what was all that stuff? Yeah, left, right, top, bottom. That's not what I need. I think all I need is this. Let me just modify the zoom to match. So let's just say it's this first off. And now, as I modify the width, I think the size of... Nope, did not work. Oh, that's why. Refresh. Okay. It may not look like much, but it does change. It's just way too small. So we can just bump it up to fit. So now it's like this. Now as I increase the size... What? Why is it sometimes so tiny? What? Uh-huh. Well, that doesn't work. The viewport is changing constantly. Okay, what about size? Alright, so the width and the height are fine, but the viewport goes crazy. Okay, so let's just base it off the width. So 1480, is that of the canvas? Yes, perfect. Okay, that's huge. Okay, let's try that out. Now, as I make the width bigger. Alright! Hey, we got it constrained within the width. Perfect. Now we have to do the same for the height. We want the minimum of the width and the height. That's about there. Works. Oh, that works pretty well. Alright. So now, the pool table fits however big the canvas is. Very simple. I like how easy that was. Look at that, we got an adaptive area. It still flickers, but what you gonna do about that, you know? Alright. How did the cue ball just... What? The physics is still fine, right? Probably. Seems fine. Yeah, okay. Some weird stuff just happened. Okay, sure. Perfect. Now I still have to figure out how I'm gonna get the cue rotated and positioned properly. I'll make it smaller, sure. It should all be fine. It's just the camera that I'm changing. So I can shrink it way down and it'll still behave just the way you expect it to. You know, because We want to be able to support people who want to play pool on their watch, right? That's important. Yeah, the performance is amazing. It feels so smooth. That's great. All right. What do I do with this gosh darn image? Howdy, Hainer. You don't know if your smartwatch supports anything other than Doom? Well, try it with Foony. You might be surprised. It also probably will not work for half of it, but you know, it never hurts to try, so. Alrighty. Width and the heights. Can Doom run on Foony? I mean, we could definitely have Doom on Foony, but Foony, our goal is to be the best multiplayer casual game site. Like that's our focus right now. Oh yeah, duh. Why? I know how big it is, so why don't we just say what the height of it is? I'm over here like trying to come up with some clever solution to make it like dynamically sized based on the parent element, but we know how big it's supposed to be. So that's very silly. Okay, great. Now it's the right size. Wonderful. So now we can change the transform origin to top left. The Z index may need to be changed. No? Maybe it's too far down. Oh, there it is. Great. Where the heck is this thing? Because I want it to be top. Alright, so that worked. But it's translated too far. It's close. Alright, so that works. But now the size of it. Maybe I need to change the height instead. The problem is we're gonna have cue sticks that are different sizes. I need to make sure that the translate on this matches the size of the parents. Let's see. Let's just get this into position, like where it needs to be. So we'll do left of 50%, and then we'll do the translation trick, which is translates y negative 50%. So now it's centered. Alright, that's what I want right there. Why is my tailwind not working? I was supposed to update my IDE. Oh well. Left half, I believe that'll be 50%. The bottom 0. Oh geez. I need origin to be left top. Disabled? Oh no, it's not disabled. That should be fine. I need to get off of the early access preview is what I need. Alright. Said Sturin, thank you for the sub. It means a lot. 18 months. You've been here for that long. A year and a half. Wow. You've been here like since OG. Thanks for being here. Hope you have a lovely day too. Alrighty. Transform, translate X, need to translate Y. Negative 50%. There we go. Alright, so then the other thing is we need to... I feel like it changes based on whatever the height is. Yeah, you see that? Now it's way weird. Even though the height of this is 561. So how does that one work? Bottom is at 0. What? So that's 100%, and that's 0%. But I would expect a translation of 100% to take it off of the screen. Which means it's using its height and not the height of its parent for the translate. What if I don't do that translation there? What if I set its bottom to 1% instead? Or instead of bottom, I set top. Okay, well now the problem is that the height of the cue stick is different than the height of the parent. So maybe what I do is instead of changing the width, I change the height. And make the height a fixed size. Well, I noticed that, okay, so 8-ball pool does not use the same cue stick. They have some default cue stick that's being used. And I think we had it somewhere. Yeah, it's definitely here. I must have deleted it. Let's try opening it up again. Okay. I bet it's just this key stick here. If I just export this, we can use it as the cue stick. Kind of. It needs to be longer though. I'll just make this part longer. I could. Or I can create this in CSS. Let's see. Yeah, because it's just like a solid thing, right? With a drop shadow. Yeah. So it's so basic that we could actually just have it match whatever the height needs to be. Basically like an SVG. But the downside to that is it's no longer like the player's own pool cue. Let me see what some of the other places do. So there's this one site I really like. And they have like a nice UI. Oh, they don't even do it. They just show like a power indicator. I could do it that way instead. I don't know what people prefer. Well, if I do it this way, people can get used to it and they'll get better. Okay, we'll just do it this way. So instead of an image, we're going to go back to the progress bar. And then we'll make the inner thing the actual cue stick. And we'll just use CSS to make it. Wait, why is it so far down? There we go. Purple Elf, howdy. How's it going? Tobbs, thanks for being here. A raid message. I appreciate the raid. We're working on Foony. We're working on Pool. We've done a few things to it. So I'm working on improving this power indicator to make it like actually look nice and proper. So now we have like little pockets you can hit the balls into. A few things in there I need to fix. But the physics are getting a lot better and you can actually hit balls now, so we're getting close. After I do the power indicator, we're gonna do the adding English to the ball, so we'll have like a little cue stick and you can, or a cue ball, you can click where you want to apply the spin. And then once we do that, we'll work on the back ends, getting all that working. It should only take a few days for that. The back end is actually much easier than the front end. Mine did pretty well. How are you doing? So much work with, yeah, it's a lot of working with balls. It's a lot of just playing around with them, making sure everything works well. And if you're not familiar with Maya, Purple Elf, whatever, check her out. She does work on Gumroad. Let's see. We do have a shout out just in case he. I guess maybe there's already a shout out. Yeah, it's automatic one. I'm still recovering. After TwitchCon and Dota, I got sick, so I'm still sick, but I'm getting better. You're still learning? Nice one, Ryan. Learning by building, it's fun that way? Yeah, it's a lot more fun building. And I hope you make some cool stuff. Alrighty. So now I'm going to turn this into acoustic. Alright, we'll make it like 50% to 100%. If I was mad at you? No, not at all, Ryan. What? No, I'm I'm a bit sick. So like it's a lot of stuff to think about, right? Because I'm trying not to um like cough. I'm trying not to like get phlegm in my throat and like a whole bunch of other things while coding. So it's a lot. About the core. Yeah, I'm glad you're working on something cool that you enjoy. That's important. All right, so I want this to be rounded. And then I need it to be tapered. So I need to transform it. My favorite way to do the transforms is with a 3D thing, but I should be able to skew it or something. No, skew's not gonna do what I want it to do. Matrix. Yes. Yes. This is the kind of crazy stuff that I'm looking for. And with this, if I just mess around with it, I should be able to get acoustic out of it. Alright, so that's rotating it. I don't want to rotate it that way. What about this value? Nope, not that. Not that one, that's just translation in one direction, that's translation in another. Okay, which one of these is it? Not that one. Oh, that is weird stuff. What does this one do? Not that one. I might have to look at my documentation that I have. Okay, that one's just rotating it. That one's stretching it. Alright, let's take a look at the documentation. Let's see. Here it is. Okay, so we got scale, rotate, rotate. Okay. Moves left, close to camera, moves right, closer to camera, top left, and bottom right, top right, and bottom left. Oh, this is what I need. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, number 8. I don't think that's quite doing what I want it to. Okay, that's weird. No. I wonder if it's because I've got both a translate Y and a matrix at the same time. Am I using React to do a game? Yep. All of this is defined in React. Let's see, leave this here. Right, because it's translating that way. So that's not quite what I need. Well, it is, but I also have to shrink it. Have I tried Angular? No. I don't need it. So if I do this and I keep increasing that, maybe it'll kind of do what I want it to. There, it's a Q stick. That's hacky as hell. Maybe we'll just use an image. This is way too hacky. Does it work? Yeah. I can turn anything into a Q stick now, but it's weird. It's very weird. So we're gonna go back and not do this weird thing. And we're just gonna use an image, I think. Or could it make it, I could convert this into an SVG, probably. Right, export this as an SVG. Is this what programming is all about? I mean, it's part of it. This is what, like, making games, like, at least the way I make them, is all about. But there's lots of ways to do things. All right. I can't just increase the width of it because it's increasing the width of everything. No, because I can scale it to match. Yeah, this is fine actually. We'll just export this. Let's rotate it 90 degrees. How do you rotate in this? Want to say you're a beginner even if you know half the stuff? Um, oh, you could have made a lot of apps and you decided to make things harder by courses. That's unfortunate. Yeah, don't buy courses. Um, just code and build things. You'll learn so much more. I don't know. I don't know, Ryan. I don't know how much you've coded. I don't know where your skills are at. Right? I haven't seen your work. But there is this thing that we have called imposter syndrome, right? Where people who are good tend to feel like they're not, and that kind of happens every time you hop jobs or enter like a new environment. Um, and it can be there for a long time and it may never go away. It's just kind of something you deal with. So I need to remove the drop shadow of this because we have to add it later. All right. And now I can trim it and export it. 434 by 17. I feel like that's not big enough. I almost want to double the size of it. Just because I'm worried it's not going to be super crispy. Well, let's see. Just testing this, making sure that it's not blurry. It is blurry. Okay, that didn't work. Alright. I need this. I need to double the size of it. How do I scale it? Yeah, Ryan, build stuff. For sure. Like, for example, I did not know React or TypeScript or Kubernetes 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago. It's not until I built foony that I learned all that. So you definitely learn a lot just making stuff. Yeah, most people go through college without building anything for sure, and then they enter the job market and they just don't know anything. They know like data structures and algorithms, and that's like all they know. All right, I'll be back 1 sec. There. And now it's nice and crisp. Okay. Let's call it power cube. Okay. I can set the background image to the power cube. Maybe that's what I should do. But I can't set it with the classes because of the way Talend works. All right. We'll have to do it this way then. Oh, yeah, I haven't built it yet. Let's do that then. There we go. Now I should have it. Amazing 3JS, you bet I am. So I no longer have to rotate it. That's helpful. We still have a drop shadow, so that's fine. The height, we don't have to modify the height anymore. Or do we? I kind of do. We could specify both the height and the width, actually. And that'll make it stretched, which I think is okay. Alrighty. And now let's translate X and Y are different. Let's mess with that. Alright. So Ryan, whenever I first really got into coding and I realized I could build stuff and make interesting things that solved my own problems, it was very freeing. I built all sorts of things. I built my own scripting language. I built tools that helped me do things in games and stuff, which, you know, I'm not saying you should ever do that. It's just what I did. I got into trouble for it. A lot of trouble. So be careful with that. But you can make very fun things, and you can make all sorts of things. Like, here's something that you can make. You can go on, like, let's say you want to buy a home, right? And you have like Redfin and like if there's some other sites, right? I don't remember if it's Redfin or if it's which one was it? It might be Redfin. let's go ahead and let's just say Texas. No, it wasn't. It was one site, but you can use their API. No, it wasn't Redfin. What was it called? Real estate loan purchase. Oh, maybe it was realtor.com. Yeah, this looks more like it. So there's an API that they have, right? Let me just try to show this. Like this. See that? You can see all sorts of different prices and information about stuff, who the builder is, description, other things. Now, the reason that's important is because let's say I want to find a home that is walkable, that is within a certain price range, that maybe is, you know, like multifamily, whatever else, and some other things. It's, or maybe I want it to be like rent to own or something. Now, you can't do that in Zillow. There's no way to filter by that. You can't do that in any of these websites, actually. So the only way to get that information is for you to build it yourself. And this is just one example of things that you can do, you know, if you just code and you're like, you know, how do I get that information? How do I display it in a way that is useful for me? And you can do that if you just code. And this is like, honestly, this is something I kind of wanted to do later on at some point. But anywho, back to pool. You can make it into a CLI app? Yeah, you could. Alright, there we go. Progress. It's moving in the opposite direction though. So we don't want it to be value minus, we just want it to be like a value. Hey, there we go. That's looking a lot better. So now we have a cue stick that goes all the way. And no matter what size I make it, it should still go all the way. And you can see there the cue stick changes slightly in shape, which is okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, tutorials and courses don't really teach you a lot. Yeah, it's because the hard part of programming is problem solving. And the courses, they don't teach you problem solving. And they don't teach you how to like, you start with like an idea and then you break it down into like actionable steps. You don't get that out of courses. Alright, so now I need to translate. This is just because I left half. So translate x, negative 50%, and now it's perfectly centered. So now I need it to be larger than 16. Let's make it like 32 pixels. Where does the 32 come from? Take care, Ryan. And good luck on your journey. Programming is very rewarding, both financially and just like you can do things, you know, it's like it's very powerful. Making a full game, you bet, Crypto. Where's the premium tier? Oh, okay, next. Yeah, you were in chat yesterday when we rated, huh? Yeah. We'll see. It's not out yet. So I was talking to the co-founder actually about this, and currently the plan is get pull released, release the puzzle game, and then at that point, or maybe after one more game, we will introduce a VIP for foony. We haven't introduced it yet because there's no real financial struggle for foony right now. We're still like we got a very, very, very long runway, so we don't have to worry too much. But you know, we will get it added for sure. I think the co-founder just wants to make sure that people have lots of value out of VIP. He doesn't want to release it until, you know, you actually get like a lot of good stuff with it. Just fine. Alrighty. I don't see any padding on this. If I do this, there's still... I think I have to use margin here instead of padding. It's the translate, yeah. Let's do M2. I do need padding though. I could just wrap it in another div. I'm gonna do that. Divception. Okay, I broke everything. One sec, let's unbreak it. Hfall. There we go. A little better. Maybe I don't want any padding on the bottom of it. I guess it could be fine, actually. I pull that back and then, okay. And then he has some border rounding on this. Need more rounding than that. Is the queue literally a div? Oh, the queue? No. I decided to use an image for that just because the transform matrix was just too complicated. Alrighty. So now I'm going to look at my example again. Wherever the heck it is. Here it is. Alright. So we're going to make the background a gradient now. And I need a little bit more padding, I think. Let's see. Yeah, let's add some more padding here. That's a little bit better. I still need padding though. I got two solutions. I can translate Y, where I use a calc to be like 100%, and then I can like modify it by some margin. Or I can use another div. I really don't like using divs, so I might just use the calc on it. But changing the border box or whatever the heck it is, the bounding box, would that help? Yeah, that doesn't really help. Or maybe it did. Let me see. Yeah, it didn't help. Okay. It was worth a shot. But I do like the extra padding. Actually, no, that's way too much padding. That's too much. It just doesn't seem like enough. I gotta fix my Tailwind plugin. Okay, anyways, we'll start with that for now. What if I do that anchor? Does that work? Nice. That's what I wanted right there. I'm gonna make it so that the overflow doesn't overflow. No, not that. Perfect. And now as I pull it back, I need the gradients. I need to like fade in. How do I want to handle the gradient fading in? I might do it as a separate thing, just like here. Just so that I can have it be this darker background. But as it fades in, it just like I think it'll look fine. Alright, so now we have some kind of linear gradient thing, almost bg dash. Move all the commas, spaces. There we go. Now it's a very ugly gradient, so now I'll make it pretty. And also the opacity of it needs to change. Based on the value. Which is force, not the value. Alright, now let's get the right gradient. First off, I don't need this RGBA to be so faint. It's almost like I just need to flip it around. That's better. Now the question is, do I want it to stop like here? You know, like when the cue stick is fully back? Or do I want it to go completely off? Unsure. I currently feel like it should like stop like here. So I could stop it at like 95% or something. It's getting better. Now let's get the right colors. Where is Photopea? Oh no, did I close it? Oh, there it is. Alrighty. So this is why I like the designer so much. They're really good at colors. So I can just go here and get my colors that I need. There we go. And now we need a little bit more. Howdy, Mendoza. We need the bar separators now. And then the other thing is, I wonder if I should have it start at like a higher percentage. Maybe I'll do it this way. Force else is 0. If there's force, we'll do 0.2 plus 0.8 times force. So now it's immediately obvious, right? As soon as you've got at least some force. Maybe I should make it more. That's what that's like. Yeah, I think I prefer that. Because sometimes there's so little force you can't even tell that you've got force. Do a cushion shot. Oh, you mean like hit it off of a cushion into a ball? Look, I'm not very good at pool, okay? I've read the rules. Does 3 leverage the Web GPU API? No, not yet. I don't think, Augustus. The Web GPU API is like super new. And it's not widely supported, I don't think. So you're gonna have to wait a few years for that. Babylon has art? Really? Yeah, Babylon is really cool. I mean, it might. I mean, according to this, it looks like there's something with 3JS and a web GPU. If the page would load. Don't know. If I've swapped in the performance improvement. So the thing is, if your game is super simple, you can actually get really good at performance even without a GPU. So like take this for example. Okay, I'll make it as big as possible. I have an ultra wide. This is huge. So the performance is gonna be a little bit slower, but this is no hardware acceleration. This is just CPU. You can see the performance is a bit slower, right? Like, it's a bit laggy. But it's not bad. Now, it would be nice to change it so that this was very smooth for rotating the location of the cue stick. That would require me to move the logic out of use frame. But I mean, if you get like a normal sized thing, then its performance is just fine, even without any hardware acceleration at all. And then when you have hardware acceleration, it's just like, it's buttery smooth. Which is important. This is a little odd. Like that should be in. So I gotta fix that. Alright, but we're getting there. You know, we've got a little force bar thing now. Let's get the bars on it. Got to wow backgrounds for you. Alright. Take care, Augustus. I'm looking forward to the new season of season of whatever they called it. Basically Classic Plus. Season of Discovery? Yeah. I can't wait. I'm gonna play the heck out of that. Let's see. There is no way in the heck that Copilot got this right. Yeah, okay, didn't think so. Didn't think so, Copilot. Nice try, though. Actually, really... I got very close. Actually, the only thing not right is the height. Damn, Copilot, look at that! 1, 2, 3... Like, we only need 3 separators, not 4. Because we don't need one at 0. It's so good! That was so good! Way to go, Copilot. So if there's 4 segments... We're gonna have to modify the script though, because it's a bit ugly. Rep Paladin might be viable? Yeah, that'll be exciting. I love Paladin. And Mage. Frost Mage is awesome. I really like how just simple the class is. I'd like the one button. Okay. It's not that I can't play something harder. It's that I don't want to stress. Which is like, yeah, I just want something simple. Really, I just want something that's kind of AFK. That's why I play a lot of old school RuneScape, because I can just have it up on a second monitor, and it's a good second monitor game. Okay, well, we got our segments. The color needs to be improved. We're just gonna make it black instead. I'll make some adjustments here. But basically, we got our segments. Need some improvement. Anywho. I'm still a little sick, so I'm friends want to raid. And I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully I'm better tomorrow. Like 100%. Let's find someone to raid. Okay. Coppinger was really awesome. We could raid Coppinger again. Chris. We haven't raided Chris in a while, you know? We could raid Chris. Could raid someone else. Yeah, I'm gonna go between either Chris or Coppinger. Which one would you prefer? You're playing an Ultimate Iron Man? Oh my god, Nix. That is hardcore. Well, no, I guess hardcore too. Well, you know what I mean. It's, I've played Hardcore Iron, and I'm currently playing an Iron and a Group Iron. My main is an iron. I'm still trying to get a dragon warhammer. I'm at like 2,400 shaman kills. I need 5,000 on average. So I gotta grind more of those. But Ultimate Iron Man, that's something else. Alright. Coppinger or Chris? Who do we raid? If you don't pick someone, I'll just random it between the two. Or I'll just decide. Okay, Coppinger? Yeah, okay. Just because I've only rated Coppinger like 2 times, and I've rated Chris a bunch in total, so I'll raid Coppinger. Anyhow, take care, everyone. Appreciate you being here. And I'll be back hopefully tomorrow.